Yo, what's good, people? Happy Friday. Kill our glitchy pretzel. How is everybody today? You guys are already busy in the chat. I'll make a quick scroll through, see who's here. Saf, welcome. Happy Friday. Tom is here. Still down for a quick catch up after this, Tom? Not first today, huh? Heidi's here. How are you? Yo, Ben. Were you fourth? You were one, two. You were third, Heidi. How about that? Samir, it's happy freaking Friday indeed. And music by Trailer. How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, Zamir, it's the glitches in the streaming music platform apps that Streamlabs has. They broke their audio playback in their last big update, and we are waiting for them to fix it. So... Paul, you're here. How are you? Sunny today, huh? Here it is gray and cool. I don't think we're even going to make it out of the 70s today. Look how happy I am about that. Yeah, autumn is certainly rapidly approaching. And Dremia's here. Wait a minute. What is this? Hi, Andy. Happy birthday. Andy, is it your birthday today? Dude. Go pick stuff out from the store, dude. It's the easiest way to share love on birthdays around here. Oh my goodness. Been playing a blues harp. Wait, hold on a second. Javar, hey, you're here too. I'm trying to figure out whose birthday is it. Whose birthday is it? It's not Andy's. It's nobody's birthday. There's a rumor. There's a rumor that it's somebody's birthday. Gebro's here. How you doing, man? This is hilarious. You guys are just throwing around the happy birthdays. It's just hilarious. It's the inside joke because sometimes you accidentally press the... Oh, yes. Maybe I should never get rid of it. Ben, you can do either. It's easier to keep track of in the Discord, and you can get eyes on it after the stream. You know, other people can find you that way. Speaking of, there's a new channel on the Discord. I think it's called like Share Your Links or something like that. You can drop your links there if you stream or if you want eyeballs or ears on your tracks over on SoundCloud or Bandcamp or something. Okay, I'm going to admit something here. 4.5-year-old in the house as my disclaimer. But this has been ongoing for like, I want to say a couple of years now, or maybe a year and a half now, something. I can't remember exactly. But anyway, it's been going on a while. Whenever anybody says happy birthday, I like instantly this song from this cartoon comes in my head. And it's called True in the Rainbow Kingdom, and it's on Netflix. It's a Canadian broadcast originally, I believe. Anyway, does anybody else out there know about this show because it's ridiculous what goes off in my head when people say happy birthday. And it's been happening for a really long time. I'm not sure if I've actually said that out loud, but I'm hoping that other people will chime in and say, oh my God, me too. But are we deleting messages? Empirical says, I had a weird experience a few minutes ago. I discovered that an MP3 in my collection got corrupted. It's a mix of audio from that MP3 and some other MP3. Weird. Weird. So, Paul, wait, are you going to New York today, or are you talking back in 84? Dremia with just the damn it. So that track made last night in a 30-minute sample challenge. Okay. Gabriel, you can drop them in the Discord. You can drop them here in the chat while we're not that busy. But once things start heating up, I usually just recommend dropping them in the Discord so I don't miss them. Because eventually things get so busy that I can't go back and I find them anymore because the comments start to fall off after a certain number. I forget what the threshold is. Ah, okay. Before Offspring. Before your Offspring and the band Offspring. All right, let me just focus on y'all here. Turn off my notifications. Turn off my other notifications. Turn off my other notifications. Okay. Hey, nice, Javar. Is your stream growing a little bit? Also, I can't wait to hear the next thing. All right, Gebro, you will be number 2. Ben's got one right ahead of you. BGD&B, how are you? Welcome in. It's definitely just slammed and not mixed yet. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to scroll up and find Ben. We're going to get started. And then I also figured, hey, since the free sound pack of the month this month is Modbits, and we've been talking about the modular. Thank you, BG. Don't forget, everyone who subs gets a free sound pack. Free sound pack every month refreshes at the top of the month. We have a monthly challenge at the end of each month. Whatever you're inspired to make with the free pack that month, you submit it in this challenge. And you get another free pack just for participating. And you have a chance to win other things as well. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Since Modbits 1 is the sound pack for you guys this month, I was thinking that we could dip back into some modular, and it's been a while. So, you know, shake off the dust in front of people, probably get embarrassing. We'll do that between feedback. It should be good. Hopefully I make some of you cry. You know, tears of laughter and all that. Okay, so, oh, I don't need... Hold on just a second. No. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's just kill this background music really quick. How long has it been? It's been at least 2 weeks since the pretzel and monster cat and all the glitches started. Okay, so this was the Bright Side Movement Challenge last night. Hey, thanks for the link drop, Tom. Okay, so kind of hard to type with the assault on the eardrums there. Just the loudness. The sounds are freaking awesome. I love your mashup. I love the heavy industrial direction that you went. So the clanging, like heavy doors and machinery or whatever was going on in there was fantastic. I think that you got to EQ those a bit more, make sure that whatever reverb you have floating out there on those elements is like heavily reduced in the lows or straight up killed. So that way you can still get the definition from the bass, and then like once all the stuff isn't squished together like this, you should bring this back so we can hear it, because there was some really cool stuff happening with the crossover of the two elements, and it was pretty interesting. Digging the razor sharp sound design. Yeah, I don't really have much else other than appreciation for it, because obviously it's not mixed or anything. So a little bit of Reznor in there, like early, like back when him and Al Jorgensen would do stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. Good way to start this off. Thank you, Ben. Cardio's here. Music by trailer. The running rule here is that you can post stuff that's already released, but it cannot be anything that would trigger a copyright or DMCA takedown. We only have a couple of strikes here before we're just straight up removed from Twitch. I don't have any strikes against me. I'd like to keep it that way. So we do work on the honor system here, but I would appreciate only work in progress or self-released that isn't going to trigger anything. So that's how we go with that. Yeah, Javar, I need to check out an entire stream of yours instead of just looking at the playbacks. Also, did Twitch switch back to playbacks on view counts? I've noticed that there's like a massive drop off all the way across Twitch land. Roscoe's here. Rask Raxco. Raxco. Sorry, I have a speech impediment, so it is difficult with some names. Old Scorn Records. Yeah, good call, Empirical. Liv, how is school? Are you learning? Are you still completely overwhelmed? I know those first couple of days are always just like, ah. Rasco. Yeah, the view count reset on the highlights is like so systematic. But I know that they don't count all views. I'm not sure exactly what the threshold is. I think it's like a certain percentage of something watched is considered a view. I don't know. So a vid with 100 views is pretty safe. Yeah, it really just comes down to who owns the rights for that and is it listed with any service that's currently tracking it and reporting infringements because this is a broadcast which falls under certain um, well, it's all legal. Basically, we don't want record labels suing Twitch or us, so we can all remain here. Stumped on a Python problem. Thank goodness you have the Googles, right? Goofer! Goofer's here. How are you, dude? Yeah, the number of people watching is always all over the place, and it doesn't sync in real time. Like its refresh rate is not very consistent, I don't think. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it's all very finicky. Yeah, can we please update some copyright laws, right? Right? Isn't it about time that I think we have to kick the old dinosaurs out of the room before we can make real change in that space? Anyway, I'm going to head over to Discord and check out Gebros. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Really quick before we click on that, here's the corrupted MP3. I always love hearing this kind of stuff.
Means breathing life into rhythm or nature around us. But that's language and part of that part here.
Was that Barack? And and this just happened? Like some sort of totally completely random corruption. Solar flares. I forget the rate at which this occurs, but there are uh, bits of space dust basically like flying through stuff all the time, and they do flip switches. They do flip zeros to ones and ones to zeros inside of hardware, and like that's a real thing. I love this. Like that's so random. So it was from a dying hard drive. Dude, that's just awesome. That's just great. All right, who's been posting in the links here? Nice, nice, nice. Everybody, go follow Javar and post your own links here too. All right, where are we? This is... I don't think Tremtize is here, but I do believe we owe him a listen on the Psytrance. I think that one was posted at the end of the last round. Yeah, you know what, Seth? I'm reading your comment. It says the whole copywriting stuff laws the with Twitch sucks, especially when listening to other people's music. Yeah, I think it's going to get sorted here on some level. I think that Twitch is going to have some major influence in how this kind of stuff shakes out because music is already overtaking all of the other categories, including gaming, as far as main interest of all viewers. So it's based off of actual like usage data. It's not like a poll or something. So, and it's been trending hard and fast. So I think they're going to have to get it right because it's quickly becoming apparent and obvious that our world is going to be different from here on out. And so things like concerts and, I think that people watching artists record albums before they're released, I think all of that is so much better than what has been before. And I just don't see us going backward on any of this. So I will say that Twitch has responded quicker and in better ways than most platforms at this point in the timeline, like in the average timeline, because there are already uh, decent tools in place for streamers. Like there's on the back end, there's stuff to help you track copyright strikes and that kind of stuff. And they're obviously in constant conversation with these guys. So we all need to wait to see how it shakes out. But I do believe that they're going to have massive sway in this. Jafar, Twitch won't fix it until Amazon can figure out how to monetize it. Well, that's just it. I'm sure it'll come down to some sort of a split or something, but it's got to be from the platform side and not the streamer side, because the streamers are engaging with the fan base directly. And oftentimes now, and increasingly so, the streamers are the actual artists, are the actual creators. So there's got to be a big paradigm shift here at some point because feelings and emotions and opinions are not only running hot and high, but they're being shared in real time. And like that's huge. That's huge in the era of cancel culture and all of that. Yeah, it's that's huge, I think. Yeah, empirical, you got to use that sample in a song. Everybody loves this. Sounds like Solar Flare. We should put together a community album called Solar Flare, Volume 1. It's just a bunch of random oddities mashed together. Cardio. I've made jumbles like that, but it takes so much time. Yeah, for sure. Dremia says we need a licensing system that companies such as Twitch can literally just plug in to provide different tiers of licenses, and also no one comes to a stream to listen to 30 seconds of a song or broken songs play as someone tries to learn online from the song. Yeah, 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 yeah. Man, yeah, I hear you, Josh. By the way, welcome in. Real Alien Space Bats in the chat. Oh, yeah, maybe they are working on some kind of like AI bot that will just randomly mumble over music to obscure it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, DJs though seem prolific. Yeah, and for them it works because in the DJ world, you go and you see the same DJ all the time because you don't want to miss what they might do, and it only happens live, right? So Twitch is actually the ideal platform because it's all ephemeral, right? Like you don't get to go back into the archives and listen to all of that stuff because the whole stream would be flipping muted, right? That's why I think that small communities should band together on Twitch. And there's so much original content and original music here. Like, can you just imagine DJ channels that are 100% Twitch exclusive and it's just fueled by the fan base, by the community there with their own music being spun, growing themselves up and slowly whittling away at the old. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Bagush, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, like if you have Prime, you can listen to this person's copyrighted background music. Yeah, something like that. Just roll it up in the cost of doing business, right? Yeah, I totally agree. Anyway, we should probably get back to some sounds here. Yeah, well, there you go. Zamaris, maybe there just needs to be like a dedicated DJ stream where we just roll for a few hours and it's nothing but the community's music. And we never have to worry about it because it's all like stuff that's currently being created or something. Travis, morning. Welcome, dude. How are you? Heidi, never knew about Twitch until last year. You know, there's like a massive percentage of the daily viewership that can claim that very thing. I forget exactly what the percentage is, but it's like a third or something like. It's just growing at an insane clip. Yeah. Man, I am still reeling. It's been uh what was it? It was Monday. This is Friday. Okay, so we're at the end of the week now. I saw this metric. My head is still spinning from this. Um I'm not sure how confidential this is supposed to be, but over 82% of all traffic, all traffic that leaves Splice goes directly to PayPal. That's existing, like pre-exist, like new and exist pre-existing traffic, like, and it's like I think they average over 5 million hits a month or something like that. 82 over 82%. It was like 82.24% of all traffic goes directly to PayPal after logging into Splice. It's just it's still just blowing my mind. Makes me feel good about the future of Audio Design Desk and where we're going with it all. Oh, Empirical uploaded one of my released tracks to SoundCloud and it got rejected for copyright. Uh, I can't remember if I mentioned this on the last stream, but Universal Music Group has produced an album with this heavy metal band, and they jacked one of my tracks and used it as an intro to a live bit. And then they've been touring with this thing, and they've got it up on YouTube and all of this stuff. And someone caught this because they bought a legitimate license of that track of mine, and they went to post a film on YouTube and it got flagged for copyright, and they um, contested that, and they wrote back and said, sorry, this is Universal Music Group, can't fight with them. So he goes back to the company that issued the license in the first place, which is Envato, and says, hey, what's going on here? And they said, nope, every single one of Chris's files is squeaky clean, going back, you know, till the beginning, and pass this thread on to him and tell him it can probably be very lucrative for him. I'm like, man, even like, why does Universal Music Group got to jack? So every single time that this has happened with just like a person that's working on a project, like a short film or a game or something like that, my audio's in there and they didn't license it. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Okay, whatever. You're trying to figure out your stuff. You're on your path. But when it's a massive giant like this, I'm thinking to myself, not only do I want to jump back into the social media world just to put them on blast, but I also want to like tell them that, you know what I mean? Like, and then get the money. Yeah, I feel that empirical. Yeah, yeah. And musicians get hit on their own with the on. They get a strike on Twitch because of their own music that they're playing on Twitch. Yeah, it's just stupid. Yeah. Anyway, we should probably. Holy Beats, welcome in, dude. How are you? Happy Friday. All right, we're going to start clicking on things here. I'm just getting caught up in the last of the chat here. Now that we're all fired up over licensing stuff, right? Hey, Will's here. How you doing, Will? Sev Music in the chat. Give him a follow. Sue their ass, says the merits. Well, I think what I would like to do is just give them the option of handling this very quickly and discreetly. Because if it would involve any kind of legal thing, I think that I would be morally obligated to share it all with everyone as I was going through it. And I don't think they would appreciate that. But I don't appreciate their theft, so whatever. Really, Bob, in accounting? Was that your fault? Should have bought that freaking license. They had a summer intern named Carl. He fucked up. Zap him. They need to save their money for the little platinum records they give you after you work there for 5 years. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, the Spheres music. Michael, how are you, dude? Oh, Saf, move on from Pond 5. Circle back in like when that kind of stuff happens, dude, when you see that the gates are closed for any kind of new traffic for new creators, just pivot and come back in like 6 months and check it. Like set a calendar reminder and just walk away. There are other places. There are other places. All right, so first thing, this one is from Saf. Says, I don't remember if I mixed this, but I think it's pretty solid for the most. Kind of feels like I'm underwater, below the sea. Here we go. All right, dude. Really cool textures. I think the kick feels like it's just a little bit high. I feel like it should be a bit more throbby because there's a fairly major focus on like the mid-high frequencies, like the mid-high frequencies, and it almost feels just a little bit too full up there, and I think it's kind of reinforced by that kick. And if that was brought down, you could even put like a little gated reverb on it or something like that just to fill up the low end of it a little bit more without having to like introduce a bass element or anything like that. And I think the whole thing would probably feel a little bit more vibey and balanced. Are those dice in the left channel that get rolled or something, or bones or something? I think they're cool. And I was hearing as I was kind of just zoning on the drone, maybe some like quick delay sprays that kind of like maybe they chase across the stereo spectrum every once in a while. I don't know how long the track is, good 5 minutes or something, right? But I would think that like maybe once every 90 seconds or something, keep people on their toes. Anyway, it'd be great to hear some long form modulations. I love the drone effect. It's really super like meditative, spacey, trippy. At the same time, I want something for my brain to kind of follow as I'm listening to it. Just simple stuff, right? Volume mods. You've already got some pan stuff in there. You're using lots in the sides. So really it just comes down to like little saturation swells or cutoff modulation or something. And then at 335 towards the end, when that kick comes back in, what if it comes back in with just a little something on it? Little bit of, like soft clipping or a comb filter that you're riding just a little bit or something, right? I mean, not anything that would really obscure it, just add interest. I think that'd be a nice little touch. All right. This one is from Gebra. It's called Mountains Holiday. It's another full track this time. Um, all right. This was great, Gebro. This was like, so yeah, this is like, you definitely get one of these. This is so different. The last one that you brought was a full track, and I really enjoyed hearing you move through a bigger piece because so much of the other stuff has been trailer stuff. But this is, dude, this is a very different level of stuff. And I'm wondering how much of that was played, how much of it was programmed. Um, Very good stuff. I'm actually not even. Oh, yes, there you are. Yeah, people are loving it. Okay, so nice humanization on the software instruments, but I did hear just a couple of piano notes that seemed to stop short. And it was pre 30-second mark. So the stuff after the 30-second mark was really feeling good in there. Becky, how are you? Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. I would probably bias the guitar over to the right side. The keys are already over to the left, and I think that they're sticking up the middle just a little bit. I think that the whole thing would open up just that much more if the guitar was to the side of center stage. Serious Frampton vibes. Yeah, I saw Will say that in the chat, and I'm like, yes, I was thinking the same exact thing. Feels like legit American classic rock. And then, dude, from like 220, 218, all the way through to almost 3 minutes, it was just like this jam. It felt like you were on stage and that there were actually guys like vibing off of each other, and it felt really good. At the very end, 310. So this is just for the last 5-6 seconds. I think that there should be more ring out on all of the instruments and let them like decay as they would if they were in a live performance setting, right? So you hear just like maybe a little extra ring out on the guitar with like a little sizzle or like little finger movement or something, right? Because you build up to this massive jam energy, and it's freaking dope. Yeah, very fun. Needs a talk box. Yeah, seriously, great guitar work. Yeah, this is looks like this is a hit. Everybody who has not already followed Becky, click on her name, give her a follow. She's great. And if you're an Ableton person looking for more Ableton knowledge, she did just complete production on a big course that you can grab. Oh, Becky, welcome to the family. Go grab your free sound pack. Every single month, there's a free sound pack for all subs. Whatever you're inspired to make with it, come back and share it with the crew and get another free sound pack. A chance to win awesome things. It's fun. Prod by Cold, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next. We got something from BG here. It says, something I've started yesterday, high energy drum and bass. I've been into synthesizing my own drums recently. Most of the sounds in this are made from scratch. Let me know how it sounds. All right, here we go. This is a treat. This is fun. And I actually want to go right back into the middle, right around 130 or so. All right, so I think that overall this is really solid, and lovely work on all the sound design. I think it hits, and love the hats. Love the hats, man. How very freaking presumptive of me. Sorry. Lovely textures in all of the stuff, not just in the you know, like the snare and the little grime elements, but actually like in the actual hats, and like there's some attention to detail there that I really, really like. That said, I think that the entire mix would probably benefit from like sitting there and taking your time with some multiband compression and just kind of highlighting the mids specifically, because there's a lot of really tasty textures in what seems to be every single sound in the mix. And most of those textures are right smack dab in the middle of the frequency range. So, and I know that that gets tough around that 500 hertz mark, but I think that you can get creative with your saturation there and your compression. Anyway, 1 minute on the kick. I would add just a touch of saturation around 80 hertz or so. If it doesn't really make the kick stand out that much more, maybe try just north of 100, and then I would also target with an overdrive at 4K. No drive added, just borrowing the circuitry basically of the overdrive. It will generate overtones for you, harmonics, that will allow the kick to be heard a bit better. I think at 118 the pad can come up just a little bit. It's getting buried just a little bit behind all the brilliant sound design there. At 120, I'm thinking the snare, same overdrive trick. This time, target 7K, maybe 8K. You're just looking for a touch more high-end snap, and those harmonics will come and do that for you. And towards the end, 152, that little wonk bass that's in there, wow. I think that could actually be put just barely to the left, and open up the mids just a bit more. Before that comes in, it feels a little bit better mix-wise. The impact that that element has is massive. So obviously keep it, just move it over just a tiny bit, and I think it sounds better. Fantastic vibe on this one. Uh-oh, Becky's in. Watch out, guys. Deadline for the competition this month is actually Wednesday, which is the beginning of September. It's the first day of September, but it gives all of you a couple more days to produce. So there you have it. We usually start the listening at 12 p.m. Pacific. So you've got up to that point to post your stuff in the Discord. Again, this is for the community challenge. Whatever you're inspired to make with the free sound pack each month, which this month is ModBits 1. On to the next one. Production by Cold. This is great. Perfect. All right, here we go. Lost Pool Boy vocal flip.
No, I'm not perfect by any means. I'm just an average Joe. I'm not perfect. Am I worthy? Understand I'm not better than anybody else in their sweaters. I got a crusty shirt, another day I'm better. I can't stand this hot weather. I tell you that I want you and you love me. No, no, I'm not perfect by any means. I'm a crusty guy, an average Joe, a Johnny Jones, my fucking soul. I'm just an average Joe. I'm not perfect. Am I worth it?
All right. Right off the bat, this is a solid track. I think it needs a couple things fixed in the mix. Noi, thank you for the follow, and Franzar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I think that the vocals can sit on top just a bit more, and I think that the background vocals can be taken down just a notch, and accent the mid-highs to kind of refocus them. I think your main vocals just need a touch more clarity in general, and that's going to come from a few different things. Proper EQ work. I think that some could be taken out of the mid-lows to gain a little bit more separation between the low and the high in there, and might help with the articulation. I think that the rhythmic pad is just too hot in the mix overall, and is constantly pulling away from the main focus of the track, which should be the vocals. The subs are also a bit hot. I'd bring them down 2 to 4 dB at least. And I think just in general, just making better use of the stereo spectrum. And usually when I say that, I'm also feeling that it deserves a volume mix again. So what I would do is I would go back and pick your main hero in the track. What do you want to hear above everything else, instrument wise, right? And then set that thing at -6 dB maximum for its highest peak. Take compression off of stuff. Then bring everything else up in volume around that. And as you work your way from lowest element up to the highest element, start moving them away from center. So the whole thing gets lighter and airier over here. And the heavy stuff stays in the middle. You're going to get a lot of clarity. Just make sure you're EQing after all of your reverbs. Make sure that you're taking low end out of elements that do not actually need the low end in there for their life force. And you're going to reclaim a ton of power and clarity in this thing. I don't think that there's anything wrong with your composition or arrangement. I think the only things that can really be improved at this point are the mix. Hey, all good, friends. How are you? Is it Franz or Franz? BG, you are welcome, by the way. Just reading what you're all saying here. BG says, I haven't done a single multiband compression. To be honest, I suck at it, hence why I stay away from it. But I'll do my studying. Can you play the wub sound so I know which one? Oh, sorry about that. I'll go back to that, BG. Still a bit of a mystery when it comes to multiband. Well, maybe we need to spend some time on some compression. Ben says, I multiband everything. Where did you learn sound design, Ben? See you, Josh. All right, I am mostly caught up here. All right, so hopefully all that feedback makes some sense for you, Cold. I appreciate you sharing your track with us. And let's flip back to this one really quick. BG, that little wonk sound. That one. That's the one. That is the one that you can set just barely to the side, probably. Care Bear stare. Okay, I will add that. I will add that. Where did your board go? Purple. Oh boy, hold on a second. There it is. What was it? Care Bear stare. Okay, cool. Nanowires definitely didn't learn anything from OhmLab about sound design. All right, so on to the next. This one's trailer. Says, this is my most recent track. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I didn't realize this was actually going to have like a full thing here. I'm going to type off to the side here.
This mission, a lifetime out here. I can't be sure if any of these transmissions are being received, but if they are, then I need to tell you something important. No rover that was damaged and lost.
I wonder what this is going to trigger.
The test
Copyright claims. Speaking of copyright claims.
It looked, well, it looked almost man-made, designed, like, my work must continue, but if this is what I think it is, if I'm right, well, we are saved. better start recording. Earth, listen very carefully. I've gone through all the data. I've run all the scenarios, all the variants, all the simulations. And no matter what I do, I can't get it to stabilize to the Earth's atmosphere. Maybe someone can see something I'm missing. But there's only one way I can make this work. To stabilize the Earth's rotation enough, we're going to need to fully invert the orbits. I can save the Earth if I turn it into a moon. And that means turning the moon into a planet.
Nice. Little tip of the hat to the Marvel universe there with he'll be back. This is fun. I'm not sure what you grabbed the dialogue from, but I think it's great. It's a really fun fit with the visuals. Yeah, it was good. I was not expecting a big production. Really great supportive immersive beds in that intro bit when we were still full screen. Really nice palette and use of stereo field when the drums come in and the little perks. Yeah, that dialogue is good. And really just nice use of filtering on the mix in a couple of different spots, but more than that, good use of, I know I already said stereo field, but just positioning things and EQing things in a way that you're controlling the focal point of the entire mix, because it does come across as a more cinematic experience than just a listening experience, as there's definitely a ride. So nice work there. Where's the dialogue from? It's from a trailer script, re-recorded, kind of a long story. Okay, cool. Okay, so the polyrhythm that comes up, I wasn't able to keep track of the timestamps because it's YouTube and it doesn't continually show that, but it does make that segment drag just a bit. The vibe is still good, the palette is still good, it's just a little bit off kilter. I know that the polyrhythm is there for interest, just something to be aware of. Maybe a touch more low-end orchestral support toward the end there. But, you know, honestly, there were a few other spots where I felt like some really low, like double bass swells or some tuba swells would be really good, like some full-throated, not loud, not over the top in any way, just adding this low-end, like, you know, I think it would go miles in a track like this. Andremia, like in the tiny little runs. Yeah, that juxtaposition of like the deep cinematic like drum impacts with the like happy little Mr. Roger piano runs over the top. Yeah, absolutely. Tom's asking, is anyone else sending their challenge tracks for feedback as well? Yeah, you are more than welcome to send in your community challenge tracks in for feedback before you bring them around for voting next week. And remember, if you want to butter someone up, come voting time, it's Javar. Javar won last month's challenge. He'll be the tiebreaker this month. Javar, I got to give you a call. That's a fun memory right there, Heidi. Overdo the low end. Yeah, you know, it's always the only way to really make it work or know if it will work is just to put it in there and then see what you can carve away. I've always felt that if you get to the point where you can't take anything else away and it still has what you want, then it's a good stopping point. You'll know right away if you put it in there and it's not meant to be there. And Andremia is saying, keep learning, keep going. This was great. Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Javar, it depends on how long your hair is. OhmLab and Javar have the same length. Not for long. I really need to cut mine off. I was just talking about this with someone the other day, or yesterday, actually. Pandemic hair. Keyscape, cinematic piano. Also, I think I posted the stems of all my dialogue tracks, so I'll find it and post it. Yeah, absolutely. You can, there is a Found Sounds channel. You can post them in there. The public sound design, I also toss them in there. I will get them added to the community drive if you want. For those that are sticking around in the community, we have a drive, a community drive that I manage that everyone gets access to in the streams. And you can swap samples this way, kick off collaborations and whatnot. Haven't cut your hair in over 30 years. Boom. All right, so on to the next. Few meta. Bagush in the chat. And away we go. What's going on here, SoundCloud?
Las campanas suenan, llega un nuevo día.
All right, cool. So here's what I would say. Overall, the mix is off. There's a lot of what feels like added bass. It feels like maybe the low end was kind of turned up to create a fuller sound, maybe, which is a common thing to do, but it wrecks the mix and it takes away the clarity, and then you get this kind of muddy quality, and it's hard to figure out where to start to fix that. Unless you go back and you rework everything EQ wise. And it's really not that big a deal. Just go in and remove as much of the low end frequencies as you can from each sound, without like killing the life force of the sound. And it's going to create space for the instruments that require our focus at those same frequencies. So in other words, if you've got a kick and that kick has a whole bunch of sub frequencies on there, you can roll a lot of those off because this music doesn't require a big sub bass presence. In fact, it will detract from the overall mix if it's there. The bass, same thing. You can also duck your bass whenever your kick is hitting. You can automate that through a compressor, or manually do it through volume automation. But as you're going through and re-EQing each sound, you would also want to find a very specific spot for each thing in the stereo field if you haven't already. For the most part, this thing sounds pretty good if you listen past all of the muddiness. It's just a matter of getting the EQs in line before you can really critique anything, honestly, because we can't hear the full spectrum of each individual sound in the mix. So I would say, bring this one back after remixing it, and we can give it another listen. I think that the levels sound pretty good overall. The arrangement is super solid. It's a good groove and flow, organic and original, and you've obviously got good talent. So there you go. It does have the Molotov vibe. You are correct. Yeah, absolutely. Tom's always got good points. Sounds like Red Hot Chili Peppers learned a new foreign language. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that, Paul. I think that this could be remixed to really pop as well. Bagosh, yeah, the underwater thing, that really just comes from like that's what people mostly call muddiness. And the other thing that you can pay attention to is that most sounds have some kind of presence around 500 hertz, which is where one of the biggest buildups commonly occurs in music. So if there are sounds that seem like they might be a little bit too powerful in the middle, you can start in that area with a small attenuation and see if it kind of tightens up that sound a little bit. And if so, it's going to make that much more room for the elements in your mix that require those frequencies as a focal point, like your vocals. Empirical, thank you. Have a good weekend, dude. Enjoy your Friday. Yeah, you can drop another track in the queue in the Discord. All right, so back over to the Discord. Franz is next. Here, I'm just going to log in here really quick because it seems like there's a little wonkiness. Wait, what? Wait, what? Go back. Why are you not working? Let's try that again. Wait, what? What? Oh my goodness, really? Man, I'll tell you what. I don't know why, but SoundCloud is not logging in, and I don't know why. That's really weird. What the hell? What in the world? So we'll go. Weird. Well, it logged in finally. Tried the same password like a bunch of different times. Okay, let's see if we start playing clearly now. That's good. Okay, so nice detune on that pad. This pulsing synth. I think that there's a couple things here that we could do to improve the entire track, and it kind of centers on this one synth. One, that synth doesn't change much over time, and two, it's a bit hot in the mix and perhaps a little bit too much toward the center, so it kind of forces us to believe that it is the focal point, when in fact it's a rhythmic element, right? So we move it further out to the side, bring it down a bit, and then put some long form modulation curves on it. Cut off on a filter, loudness, right? It could just be a very, very simple long form modulation on a volume automation, something like that. And just in general, I think the middle seems a bit busy. So I would try moving a couple of elements out further to the sides to get greater separation there, and some EQ. Just check and see like where the main focal points are in those sounds by looking at them in a spectral analyzer or a visual EQ, where you can actually see the distribution of frequencies and their amplitude. And wherever the bulk of the frequencies are and amplitude is the natural focal point of the sound. So you just kind of want to make sure that the other sounds that are in a similar range get attenuated in that spot to make room for the other sound, and vice versa, right? And things will start to sound a little bit better as far as competition goes. The composition, the arrangement, the sounds, they're all great. I think this is pretty solid. So this really is just a matter of management of the stereo spectrum and the frequency spectrum. Illegally transporting baby Yodas is a crime against the cute and cuddly. Wait, what's going on here? Did I miss something? John Cage, DMCA. Franz, you are welcome. You are welcome. Oh man, Nano and Purple are going to enter into some couples therapy here. See if they can work out their differences. All right, let's see who's next up. It is Marty Menning. It says a little bit different style, but enjoy. All right, Marty, here we go. All right, so here's the feedback on this one. It's always a bit tough to critique individual sounds when it's all being overdriven so much. Super big pro tip here. Start putting your stuff through some kind of loudness penalty tool. There's a website, it's free. You can drop your track on there. It's going to show you just how much your music is going to be turned down on streaming sites. It's very rare that music needs to be turned up these days. Most stuff is too loud. There are all sorts of other reasons why you would want to turn this down though. And it starts with your plugins and how they respond to your sound, and actually wanting to get this out in front of people and have it sound good and allow them an opportunity to turn it up when they like it. There's lots and lots and lots of reasons why you'd want to wrangle in those LUFs. But first and foremost is you should be in control of what your stuff sounds like at all times. And if you upload this somewhere, it's going to get turned down immediately. So just for what it's worth, like the use of the Foley. I like the hybrid sound design throughout. There's obviously a lot of like anime influence throughout. It's solid. That said, I think in the low end elements, the bass, the bass part of the frequency is too high in general. And I think that the sub bass is up too high. And what that's doing to the mix is it's biasing your perception and affecting the mix, well, basically like in a trickle down fashion. If you were to look at this music in a frequency analyzer where you can see below 30 hertz exactly how many decibels each frequency is spitting out, you would probably be shocked. And so if you roll off a lot of those frequencies, you probably don't need anything under 30 for trap typically. If you really want to change a heartbeat, you can roll it down all the way to say like 24 or so, and you're going to get a massive body impact, like cinematic level impact. And then just chop it off there and then bring that way down. You might want to do a volume mix on this, right? Bring your kick up to neg 6 dB, take compression off of things, bring up every single element in the mix underneath that kick so it is the dominant force. You're going to get a lot more clarity in your mix that way, and you can make this thing hot. Like in the mastering phase, you can get the loudness up there. Just keep an eye on your LUFS. And use a tool like this to help you kind of gauge where you are on the spectrum of loudness, right? Of acceptable loudness. The other thing is watching a frequency analyzer so you can see how loud your subs are in relation to the rest of your mix. Sometimes if you're producing at home or without a really good low-end sub system, you're not actually getting the full effect of the sub. So our inclination is to turn up the sub because we don't feel like there's enough there. We're not really feeling it yet. But on a big system, you're more than feeling it already. So that's my feedback on that one. I think it's a really solid track. I'd bring down the loudness. Stella? Oh, dude. Tom, grab me a Stella. What is happening in the chat? What is happening with the baby Yodas? I second that emotion, Zamertz. I think it is a cool track. Demon Slayer seems to be very hot. Yeah, right now it is. Absolutely. The Furby incinerator should be a VST. Or at the very least, like a rack module, right? So put the sub and low end down a bit. Yep. Yeah, you can send through an MP3. Nola, you can, and thanks for being here. You can drop it in the Discord. Baby Yoda is still Yoda. Menning, you are absolutely welcome. You're welcome to bring by stuff anytime, dude. Absolutely. Stella's for all. Hey, Tom's buying us all around. Thank you. Cheers. Clink. Midichlorians, mitochondria. I know. I think that every time. Absolutely. Birthday Stellas. Birthday Stellas. Drink a few. Furby's banned by the NSA. Google it. Wait, what? Wait, what? As in it's too easy to make them spy devices or something? Wait, what? Yes, of course I get it, Heidi. Of course I get it. All right, let's hit the next in line on the Discord. Don't forget, while you're on the Discord, if you are currently subbed, you have a free sound pack waiting for you. Ooh, we got something from Tom. Tom says, would love if you could do some neuro basses. Yeah, we can do that. We can do some neuro basses. Worked on it last week when you were on stream, not mixed, but trying to get that growl synthesis and timing right. Okay, here we go. I'm assuming this is maybe some Modbit stuff here. Here we go. Faceplant demo. That's awesome. Oh, the shot. Oh, I hope he's okay. Man.
Don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. You leave me lonely, never stick around to hold me. Stay a minute more than slowly. You leave me lonely, never stick around to hold me. Stay a minute more than slowly. Walk out the door.
Okay, so this is a solid start on this thing. And I like where it's picking up and going right here. There's definitely some darkness lurking in here. I think there's too much separation between the vocals and the mix, but obviously a work in progress at this point. Maybe some phase distortion on that bass. I think that might be the juice for this one. What are you using to make the bass? Sup, Vids? Welcome in, Zach. How are you, dude? Never actually use phase distortion. Okay. Okay. Well, there are a few things that you could do. You can actually modulate the phase position of the wavetables inside of Serum to interesting effect. You can also gently and ever so subtly modulate the size parameter on a small form reverb to kind of smear and warp things a bit. You can also build a little orb around your respace, if you will, where you put a very tight little reverb on it, and then you saturate the sound, and it kind of agitates, you know, the orb, if you will. Those are all fun ways, because each one of those maneuvers you can modulate the parameters and play there, and it brings a lot of kind of like moving life force. The other thing I would mention is that if your waveform is not actively modulating in a long form modulation, as well as whatever your main mod envelope is doing to the wavetable, then you should do that. So things can kind of fold over time. Yeah. The reverb thing is really fun. Another thing you can do is a really, really short form delay, which will give you a comb filter effect without having to dedicate one of your filters to a comb, which can cause all sorts of things. That, and you do have the ability to modulate the individual bands inside of OTT, the compressor inside of Serum. And oftentimes that will have a pretty significant impact on the delivery of the sound. So if you're like sweeping across your mids, for instance, as you're bringing your lows down or something, you get this kind of meandering kind of effect. And it's all just kind of shifting the focal point of the sound, right, as it moves. So anyway, a couple of ideas to help you do that. The other thing that you might want to have a play with is how however you're detuning your sound, actually actively modulating some of that, right? I think that a lot of really good, grime and Reese type basses, I think a lot of the magic is in movement, right? Keeping it stable, but on the verge of instability, calling out the squelchy kind of qualities of it at just the right time. Ring mod is a good thing. FM obviously is a good thing. Yeah, lots of little things that you can play with, but I think the trick is just actively moving some of the parameters in play there. Good old ring mod, says Will. That's right. Get the shit moving quickly. All right, so on to the next. Another one from Fumetta. So this is Bakush. Nice shroomy here.
Oye, tú, no le metas esa lata tan duro que mira que me han venido buscando y estoy escondido. Ahora me ha llegado una carta del correo y resulta que me dicen una pila de cosas que ni entiendo. Tú verás, al final, el final. Grábame en sordido dinero e inmoralidad. Producen déficit total en las satisfacciones. En el artículo primero de este sin lugar, no queda tiempo para amar y escribir canciones. Y tengo que confesar que ya no puedo pagar esta vida que llevamos y que se nos viene. Iba en la cama nupcial, prima de riesgo mundial. Vivimos en un mundo de especulaciones. No me hables más de crisis, que la cuenta no da. Crisis, yo siempre he estado en crisis. Soy licenciado y doctorado en crisis. Sí. En el lenguaje del barullo de mi corazón se reestructuran prioridades y los sueños duelen. Perdido entre tus ojos y esta salación, al declarar es el destino el que me retiene. Si tengo que confesar que entrego al fiscalizar rodacas de bolsillo rotos sin pasiones, camino hacia el bulevar, creo que voy a gritar. Solo me queda una neurona con 4 oraciones.
I see you, Angel. What's up, Canary?
Y la vida en esta situación, mi presupuesto está en el caos y para darte amores busco tu boca y veo en su lugar un cigarrillo, media copa y un jardín de flores. Mis besos por devaluar llegan directo a cobrar desde el umbral de lo precario de las sensaciones. Tu risa es un manantial con aire subliminal. Te quiero en vez sin declarar mis emociones. Se acabó. Imagínate
hemos salido de la cárcel otra vez. No, pues es que ya ver si me oía mi madre, mamá. Te voy a dar una buena noticia, basta.
All right. This is fantastic. It's a much better mix. I can also tell that less has been done to it. So I have no idea where this is in the production process. Looks like it's been up for a minute. But nice intro. I think that the main vocal can use just a little bit of EQ and compression love. Mostly just focus on the mids. Thank you for the follow, Manny. Thank you for the follow, Angel, and thank you for the host, Nate. How you doing, man? How was your stream? So anyway, focus on the mids. Contracrostics? Contracrostics? That's a cool name. Thank you for being here. I'm not even sure what that one was. It's just making sounds now, I think. Anyway, I'd focus on the mids for some EQ and compression love. Just a little bit of more low end on the main vocals to create more separation between them and the backing vocals that come in right after this. And those are great backing vocals. I would probably, instead of running in a stereo mode on those pan pots on the backing vocals, I would probably set them to a balance mode, which means that if you move them to a side, they're removed from the middle. I would double those backing vocals and send them to both sides. It will help widen up your mix. I would offset the volume, the timing, just barely, and the pitch just slightly, so they actually feel like there's separation and that they're very wide and rich and full. And it should clear out the middle of your track for just your main vocals at that point to really be the hero of the whole thing. And I think that the conflict between them goes away. If it does not, just bring down those backing vocals just slightly in volume. And I think you're going to find a really, really good balance there. Super fun vibe on this one. Okay, so at 3 minutes, I don't know why that horn is so low. Bring that horn up. That horn is perfect. I would bring it up. You might want to EQ it just a little bit to get a touch more of the brassiness out. And then give it a good position a little bit closer to center so you can have a call and response kind of conversation between the main vocals and that horn, because that horn is just everything in that moment. You're like fully locked into a full mix groove. And it is the brilliant addition at that point. And I feel like it should really kind of be given a chance to shine. So, and I love the outro. I love the conversation after walking off stage. I really like the guitar at the end. Wondering if maybe it can be brought up just a bit before it gets cut off. Just so people will be like, ooh, is there more? And then leave them wanting more, right? Contra, thank you. And thank you, Nate, for bringing him. A classical pianist? Holy heck. Well, welcome. Everything is welcome here. We're doing a little feedback today. We may or may not get to some modular synthesis. We still have not even touched the DAW. It's been 100% feedback so far today. Quick reminder, we are running out of time for the community challenge this month. If you are currently subscribed, go hit the Discord, grab your free sound pack. This month is Mod Bits 1. Whatever you're inspired to make, come back and get it in by next Wednesday, 12 p.m., before we start listening, to get another free sound pack. Trailer, thank you so much for being here, dude. Have a great weekend. You are awesome as well. Oh, latency issues, huh? Yeah, if it's just within like Well, it depends on what elements are in play, but usually if you increase your buffer size, that's the first place to start. Not dramatically, just go up one step. So if you're on like 124 and then the next option is like, I don't know what that is. I forget what the next option is. But we're pretty much all 256. Oh, yeah, okay. So I guess it does double all the way up. Anyway, increase your buffer size. It'll probably help. All right, where were we? We've got lots more, I'm sure. Zamertz. Hey. Okay, so Zamertz says, I just made this one while listening to the stream on laptop speakers so far. Okay, cool. So we will listen with grain of salt. And this is Zamertz here. Did I just close my... No. Here we go. Oh, nice, Nate. Yeah, I love form too. I'm going to go back and listen to this one spot really quick. Okay, this is great. I really like the textures right there in the beginning. It's a brilliant use of stereo field space. It's got really nice EQ work on it. I like that simple pad, maybe a bit more movement in it, long form movement. And just a couple things, right? Like a really slow modulation on the wavetable if there's a wavetable involved, or the resonance and cutoff on a filter, maybe going in opposite directions, or just something long, just something really subtle, just to enhance that kind of floaty interstellar feeling that you're working on here. I think the kick could use a little bit of saturation down low, a touch of overdrive up high. Just for presence, and I think that the clap could be pushed a little bit further out to one side, and then give it a sample delay, like a really, really short form delay. So the way this works is if you put this on the left channel, for instance, you would on a sample delay, you would untether left and right channel, and you would delay the right channel by a very small amount, say like 50 milliseconds or something like that, 100 milliseconds. So the perceived loudness and presence on the left side is accented. And then I put a very subtle delay on there and mod that in some way, whether it's feedback or whatever, depth, whatever. Maybe put a little frequency shifter on after a very simple delay and then mod that just slightly, just something to give it a little at the end of it. Did bring the kick down a bit, got very small touch of delay. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that this is it's another solid one, Smarts. And good on you for like getting it this far with the laptop speakers and having it sound this good is great. Like it's another reason to produce on different things, you know? People always make such a fuss of having these big expensive systems right from the get. I think it's better to have a sampling of all sorts of stuff so you know what your stuff is actually sounding like. It's good to get perspective, you know? Angel Wings is dancing. Hey, look at that new emote that Nate has there, huh? Where do you find a delay mod? I would say more just modulating something in a delay. So in other words, let's just find let's just put like a tape delay on here or something and talk through this really quick. And I'll show you the sample delay too. So the sample delay, you want to unlink left and right channel. And let's say you put that clap on the left. If you delay the right in samples or milliseconds, a very small amount of audio, it's almost imperceivable. What it does is it increases the perceived dominance of the left channel, right? Because it's delaying the right channel. And because it's happening at such a short clip, it actually sounds like the sound has been shifted in some way. Because our ears can't track, it knows that something happened, obviously. We can effectively measure milliseconds, but you know, that's not a quantifiable thing in real time for us. Okay, so the other thing, let's just look at the tape delay. So what I'm talking about here is, for instance, you would modulate something like clip threshold, right? So the introduction of a clip effect happens at a different point in the decay time span of the different echoes that are coming out of this. Or perhaps you're introducing some kind of LFO modulation in there to get some flutter or actual pitch modulation. The spread could easily be modulated. There are also, you know, the options of adding crosstalk between the channels, right? Like you could crossfeed a right channel into a left channel or something like that with different delays. But just something to play with on a really subtle level. I think that something like that would sound so nice in a track that's so minimal and spacious, and you've created a really good safe place for play, I think. Hope that answered the question there, Saf. Purple and Nano just have their own show off to the side here. It's awesome. Canary. Vancouver joke. Only discovered a very short delay. 0.3 gives a stretch phenomenon to our ears. Our ears can't detect the difference and it sounds wider instead. Yeah, you know, actually short form delays are where comb filters come from too. It's not actually a filter in its natural or traditional state. Subvid says, could you show how I could play with a wah on a bass line? Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, let's just take a really quick break. What is this? There's a bass. We're going to loop this for just a second. We're going to put a wah on there. Where's a wah? Okay, I got to go to my pedal board. And then find a wah pedal that we want. Got a wham pedal. There's the wahs. All right, so you got your traditionals, as well as your more modern, which give you the option of running in different modes and gives you control over the bandwidth and stuff. But anyway, we'll just start with the super basic. So you could, in theory, you could put an LFO on this and just automate this, or you could put a flexible LFO where you write your own shape, or a modulation envelope or something like that to just kind of automate this process. You can also just go into an automation lane and do this. But to get really fun, a more modern wah pedal might be more to your liking. And specifically, if you move away from just a wah pedal for bass specifically, there's a lot of things you can get out of a whammo pedal, but instead of a wah pedal, you move to a wham pedal on bass, and amazing things start to happen. Because you're actually shifting pitch at the same time too. So if you do these things in tandem, flip these around here. And this is your bandwidth, but it's not just bandwidth because it's also increasing in resonance as well as you're going up. You also have the option of something a bit more automated where you've got a like these auto-funk stomp boxes and stuff where you're kind of combining a couple of ideas like the wham and the wah at the same time, and it's being driven by a loudness or frequency threshold. Then you get some sensitivity control over that. If you get into, is there a wah in the new guitar rig? I haven't spent enough time in the brand new guitar rig to know, but the modulation controls that you have available to you and ability to split signals and whatnot. Yep, there are wahs. And I'm not sure if these wahs are part of the free guitar rig or not, but you should check. If you have the full guitar rig, even better, because there's a ton of modulation capabilities inside of guitar rig that people tend to forget about or just don't even know about, which can do amazing things. Where are we with this chat here? Hey, Jane, how are you? Happy Friday to you. You bring something for us today? Yeah, it does sound like phase. And it is. I mean, to an extent, right? Because you're sweeping across frequencies. It's basically taking a band pass filter and doing this. And then your Q control is your bandwidth control, so it's making that band skinnier or wider. But typically speaking, you're also increasing the resonance as you're increasing the narrow effect of your band. So as you're skinnying your bandwidth, you're also increasing resonance. Nice, Zach. Autofunk and wah might be what I'm after. Yeah, yeah, and you can also EQ or LFO an EQ sweep of some kind, and then put a wah on it, and you get even more accentuated effects than you would by using some kind of automated stomp box like in Autofunk. Just for what it's worth, because you can start getting in there and making your own creative curves, and you can tighten up the timing and stuff, and it's not all based upon just like signal thresholds. So, not making much music lately, huh, Jane? Could you show how to use an LFO? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, let's do a slightly different thing. Is there like a beat we could do maybe? Sure. Okay. So we'll just put this on. We'll just have a different type of sound. We'll get back to these in the feedback in just one sec. All right, so on this one, I'm actually going to put a pedal board on here. We'll just keep this super simple for time reasons. And we'll put a wah on here. So I'm just going to touch this. And then I'm going to go and put an LFO on here. Learn MIDI or learn plugin parameter. Okay, so now we are following this. And then we can start to affect the shape of our LFO. Stack another LFO on here. On this one, I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to say learn plugin parameter. I'm going to change the offset. Learn plugin parameter. Oh, I can't be learning it. Make sure it's an automatable parameter below the plugin. Okay. So I actually need to move this one right here. Cool. So here's our fast one. And we're going to learn parameter. And we're going to say, oh, I still can't. Bastards. Try this one more time. Wait, it's this one. Learn parameter. There we go. Now it's working. All right, so now let's play through this. And we can change the rate of this one and the shape. make this sinusoidal. We can bring down the rate. So now it's changing the way in which all of this is actually working. We can change the bandwidth. Learn plugin parameter, bandwidth. Anyway, so you can just kind of freely assign to different parameters and just have fun. And the more kind of modulators you have, the more organic it will feel. The less you have, the more rhythmic it will feel, predictable. Canary Street, what is this link? Build an organ. Oh, it's for an organ. That's awesome. Clones need you. Hey, have a good one, Andremia. Thanks for being here, dude. Yeah, LFOs are awesome. Awesome. Modulators, modulating, modulars. M to the third power. I really like that, Nate. I really do. All right, so let's get back into our Discord over here. And back into our chat over here. And let's see what's next. Next one up is nanowires. Here we go. Bye, Nate. All right, another solid one. I would say a nice verb on that snare. Solid gate on that. I really like it. One of my favorite parts of it, actually. Before you get to 125, when everything is actually in the mix, I would introduce some long form modulations of some kind. It'll increase your interest, obviously, but I think it just kind of gives you more things that you can play with right out the box, right out the gate. I would also just add a bunch of embellishments to this. Transitions, swells, risers, they don't actually have to go anywhere. It could just simply be for the sake of a sound effect. You've got a lot of like solid groundwork here. Now it's just time to fill it up with the ear candy, basically, and start moving things a bit more. Also, subtle delay or reverb sprays on a couple of elements with really long feedback or decay times can create an atmospheric layer that you could then pump and move around and give it a little bit more of like a full-on club feeling. It does feel a little bit basic right now. Solid vibe, solid groove, solid sounds, solid mix. I think really all it really comes down to is a couple of missing elements at this point. You know, more Ben ear candy, maybe some kind of top line or counter keys, some vocals of some kind would fit really well over the top. Just some sound effects that are moving, some swells and builds over time, and I think you got it. Zev says, I come back to some piano. Oh, right there in the second half here. Yep. Zamarit says, picturing maybe a vocal like Eurythmics. Might just be his DJ head trying to mash something over the top of it. Yeah, it's super vibey. It's got a nice groove. Yeah. And beef up the snare. I would agree with that. I think that if you made that slap a little bit more. Yeah, and just more long form mods, open up the cutoff, change the resonance, just move it around. Yeah, Angel Wings, this is definitely solid. You bet, Ben. You bet. Always good, dude. Always good. All right, on to the next. This one's from Nola. 3 months of production in FL Studio. Okay, so I love these posts. All right, so this is Nula. And I love these because people that are just starting out often surprise us. And I love calling that out. Okay, this is solid. And for 3 months, I would say you're doing really well. Here's what I would say. Across the board for really quick, big improvements, your LUFs are way too hot. So there are 2 measurements of volume, basically. One is decibels and one is LUFs. And LUFs is your perceived loudness, right? Decibel is a measure of signal height nowadays more than anything, because it can be manipulated so much it's hard to kind of quantify. But LUFS are what you really need to be concerned about, and right now they're just way too hot, and it's kind of overdriving your sound, and it's making it hard to hear each one of the elements clearly, and they're not being represented the way that you want them to. So the way that you fix that is you go back to the very beginning. You keep your entire arrangement exactly how it is. You think of the one hero element in your song, right? What is the one thing that you want to stand taller, louder than everything else in your mix? So you're going to bring that up to the point where it never crosses 6 dB at its loudest peak, and then bring everything else up in volume one at a time below that level, so that thing remains the main focal point of your song, right? As you're going through each element, work from bass to treble, from lowest to highest, and as you do that, move stuff out to the sides away from the center. Keep your bass, your kick drum, and your vocals in the center. Start moving the other things out, and maybe just even leave compression off of everything while you're doing this. And when you do that, I think that you're going to find a much greater balance, and you're going to appreciate a whole lot of stuff that's going to happen in the commingling of all of these sounds that you're not able to appreciate right now because it is just too loud. That loudness affects a lot of things. It affects how your plugins are behaving. It affects how we're perceiving things. It affects a lot. So that's what I would say in regards to the loudness. In regards to the EQ work on this, I would say that the delayed vocal signal that you've got sent out to the sides, I would EQ off the bottom half of those probably. Definitely as much of the low frequencies as you possibly can. And it's going to make them a lot airier and lighter. It's going to remove a lot of lower frequencies that are creating congestion in your mix. And it's going to make you hear a bit more clarity in the articulation of your main vocals. So I don't even need to say the bass and hats can come up or down or anything. Just redo the volume mix, and I think that you're going to feel the difference, not just hear the difference. Ooh, some claps. Claps and ukes. Ukes and claps. Yeah, it does have a little over the rainbow kind of a thing. Yeah. Love the lilting. Yep, yep. Yeah, this could be really good. I would agree with this. And Heidi loves it. Yeah. Electric watermelon. Sounds like mixed with very heavy compression on the bus would be better practice mixed without mastering. Yeah, yep, yep. I like the idea of beer lid umbrellas. Yeah. Soundspot Ravage. I'm not sure if I've tried Ravage. I do have it in here. I don't remember using it. Oh, probably because they sent it to me as, I don't know, probably like an NFR and it's been updated by now or something. Very meh plugins. I seem to remember that. I think they sent me a whole bunch of stuff saying, please review these. And I got into them and I was like, it's not like they didn't have, if I remember correctly, I might be speaking out of place, but I think if I remember correctly, they didn't have as much impact, like individually, as I was expecting. All right, back to our Discord. Next up is Angel Wings. Needing out. All right, here we go. Angel Wings. Here we go.
right now. Wake up and I feel like falling through the ground. Every mistake keep calling, feeling down. Please help me out. Please help me out. Need to find a way out right now. I'm stuck in a dark place, addicted to heartbreak. I need to get out if it's only for my sake. You making my breath shake with pictures of heart shape. They're breaking my bones when you slam on the car. The covers and we walk a fine line between being alive and this suicide. All the things you do, it should really be a crime. This is murder, murder. I didn't mean to hurt her. Face down when I think of you. Face down like your favorite tone. This place is going round, so round. Do my little dance like they do on all this TikTok. Sitting on the gram, you see diamonds on my wristwatch. Know your bitch a fan, she can see I caught a bitch shots. Come at me with slick talk, I'm aiming at your hitbox. No more time for crying. I can't sit here with a frown. I've been simply fine, sipping white wine. I can't do this right now. Wake up and I feel like falling through the ground. Every mistake keep calling, feeling down. Please help me out. Please help me out. Need to find a way out right now.
Okay. So this is solid. How long have you been doing this, Angel? Nice outro there. Nice guitar vibe right out the gate. Simple and effective. Good EQ. From there, it does start to get a little lost in a little bit of mud in this mix. So I would say that the entirety of your track is solid. The only thing you really need to work on right now is the mix. I think you've got your idea out very clearly. The kick and the sub both need some help being heard definitively. Like as individual sounds, they need help. Down low, you can put a little bit of saturation on both of them just to help generate a little bit of grit in their waveforms, so to speak, right? And then if that doesn't do it, I would probably suggest some multi-band compression for each one. That said, I think that other elements in your mix could probably have some low mids and lows removed from them to help get the added punch and clarity from your kick and bass. Great processing on the vocals, really good performance on the vocals. Yeah, a bit of Linkin Park, right, Samaritz? Everybody's liking the guitar. Yeah, Tom. Yeah, guitar solos are starting to come back, right? Yeah, Paul says he wants to hear more of the bass. Vocals for a year, production for about 5. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, it sounded really good. It's well crafted, like people are saying. It's catchy. It's solid. And I would agree with what Subvids is saying in a bit more energy in the rhythm section to match the vocals. And this is kind of what I'm getting to with the kick and the sub. You know, when you get your kick to the right point, you're going to know it because it's going to feel like part of a driving force of some kind. And then you're going to need to know, and then you're going to know what standard you need to bring your snare up to, right? And once you get those two dialed in, you're going to be good. This might even be a candidate for some harsher parallel compression. Oftentimes people refer to this type of compression as like New York style compression. And basically what you do is you bust your sound out to an auxiliary channel and you put a compressor on there. You squash the hell out of it and you crank up the add back gain. And then you take that all the way down and EQ it, EQ out a lot of the low end here. Not a ton, but enough. And then take the volume all the way down and slowly bring it back up in the track the same way you would adding a reverb, right? Until you get to the point where you feel like you're your kit, your drums are being accented in the way that you want. So really what you're doing is you're taking the lesser heard textures and grit and, you know, all of the bits in the sound, and you're adding those back to flavor, basically. That's really what you're doing. So, yeah, APC, they're just leveled right now. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I think it's really solid. Keep up the great work, and thank you for sharing. That's good stuff. I'm going to go grab a little bit of coffee, and I'll be right back, and we're going to do more of these. And in the meantime, I will turn on a little bit of something, and you guys can enjoy it. It'll be a little glitchy, because that's what Streamlabs does right now. And I'll be right back. Good chance for you guys to grab coffee too. Hit the bathroom, whatever you need to do. But don't go anywhere, because we got a lot more to hear. I'll be right back.
Very much alike. Remember all the happy times we had? Very much alike. All right. I'll tell you the truth.
And a writer and looking for somebody who brings everything to the table.
I'm back.
You know, who brings
All right. Where were we? Angel, I guess I walked away before seeing your question. So mainly instrumental mix work. Yes. Yeah. I don't think there's anything that needs to be addressed in regards to your arrangement or composition, your overall concept. I think that you're delivering it quite well. Quite well. I oftentimes think that the majority of what we are creating is good. How we are presenting it is where things start to fall apart. That's why over time, the more you produce and the more rote, the more iteration is involved over time, our craft improves because you just simply know what to do and you start to work more proactively. So as you're creating, things are sounding better and they sound like they fit and they flow, so things become more organic and so on and so forth. So the engineering side of it, the mixing side of it is so utterly important because it really does control and greatly impact how everything is perceived. So there you have it. I like eggs. How about you? Weed time. Maybe it should be before I turn on some modular stuff today, huh? Do you have budgets for gear and software? That's a good question. It's more for me, it's more about give me a reason at this point. It's unfair. A lot of people just send me stuff, and that's unfair. That said, a lot of it actually isn't really ever even touched, just simply because, and it's not a slight against any of the plugins or ideas floating around out there. It's just a matter of I have so many, and there's just a lot of let's just say reoccurring ideas out there. A lot of people out there kind of chasing these same concepts. So I really like different. If someone sends me something different or I find something that's really, really different, then my interest is gonna be piqued. But yeah. Budget. I had a budget, says Samaritan. Tom says, yeah, I do. I spend about 30% of my profits on gear. That is a pretty good formula if you're building out, I would say. A third is fair. I would say that there should never be a purchase over 30% of like what is truly liquid at any point in time when building out, just because anything can happen in this business. And toys are attractive and they can cloud our better judgment. Bought the Backbone plugin and it's really cool drum synthesizer. Okay, cool. I'm not sure that I know about this one yet. The Backbone plugin, huh? Let's see what this is about. Backbone, drum, resynths. Oh! Is this the one that swaps out the sounds? If Steinberg will load. All right, I want to listen to an example before we get back into some feedback here.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is Dom and I'm one-shot hit sounds. Basically what happens with the Lindrum is if you tune the snare down,
I just want to hear what the software
will do just
does.
fine. Let's drop it into Backbone. And there we go. Now we have our Lindrum snare into Backbone. Let's play it. The first thing I'm going to do straight away is separate the tonal element of this snare to the noise element of this snare. And why I'm doing that, if you've ever used a Lindrum, you will know that it's basically a sample player. So if you change the pitch, yes, you get a lower pitch, but also you change the duration of the sample and it becomes a little bit strange. But of
Also, nice bananas.
course, that's the sound of the Lindrum, and we love it. Let's transfer it to the C3 range. Do straight away, I'm going to we have right now.
I want sounds.
Okay, now we're talking. Let's listen to the original sample for a second. So we sound that we came up with Backbone. And our noise element here. Perfect. What I'm gonna do.
Okay, cool. So I am a fan of these new tools that are, through some level of AI, splitting up sounds. There's some really cool stuff. What was the one that we saw last stream or 2 streams ago that separates out the instruments and spits out MIDI? Canary says, I wish I had a budget, but me and the partner are both students right now, so that's the big one. Yeah, right. You're already investing in yourself quite heavily at this point, right? Ooh, a new interface. What are you looking at interface-wise, Tom? Paul says, since I have my gear sluttery under control, I mostly shop for software that calls to me. Pretty deaf after the Eventide, Arturia, NI, Sound Toys, etc. collections last called me. Yeah, right. Oh, man. All right, let's get back to some feedback. This is the interface that Tom was looking at. Bit of a slow site. Let's let that load while we go over here. Looks like we are going with Canary. We just listened to yours, right? Oh no, we did not. We did Angel. Where did that go? Maybe it was deleted. All right, so this one is from Spencer. Okay, this is fantastic. It's got a really good vibe to it. Super dreamy. It's got kind of like a healing quality to it almost. I feel calmer listening to this. I think that the kick, it's really good. It seems slightly muffled instead of filtered. And I'm wondering a couple of things. One, is it a filter? And is there some resonance on it and it's artificially inflating a part of the low end that it shouldn't be? Because that's common. Or is it more just that some of the upper harmonics have been rolled off so much so that it's kind of upset part of the life force of the sound? So here's what I would do. I would suggest actually tightening this up and bringing back maybe all the way to like 40 hertz or something and give it a fairly significant cut here. And then let's just say that this is what your EQ, that this is what your EQ currently looks like on that kick. If it is, we should remove the resonance and we should do a couple of things here. This part of the kick or of the EQ could actually come back probably quite a ways. And then we could use a shelf to attenuate slightly in these other areas. And you can even get a little heavy-handed here and then go back in with an individual peak to kind of carve out the spot that you need to regain some of that clarity, because you do need some harmonics peaking out to have the thing heard on different systems and whatnot, right? But it does kind of have the feeling of a little bit of a blanket effect instead of like a well-executed roll-off. You know what I mean? So anyway, I would say that that would be one thing that could improve the mix. And maybe just up the highs just a little bit on the reverb of that snare. Such great things coming from that very simple element. And the use of space is great. You could also play with the idea of slowly and subtly modulating the decay time of that verb. So sometimes those snare hits last like they drift off into space like maybe 1 second longer, like their resolve time is a full second longer. And other times it's kind of back to where it started or something. Might be kind of cool. And 244, when that guitar starts going, I would just say that I'd move it a bit more to the side, bring it up just a little bit, and maybe even make it wiggle just a tiny bit more, just to garner a little bit more attention. Yeah, right, Karen Carpenter. What else did I see? Oh, Zamerit said a Prince vocal coming in would be cool. Yeah, yeah, like either direction. Mazzy Star, right? Oh, man, yeah, yeah. All right, so that's feedback on that one. What else we got here? Okay, so we got another one from Begush. This is it's been a pleasure listening to the last couple. Let's see what this one is.
Yo me pongo muy nervioso cada vez que tú me miras. A mí me tiemblan las piernas cada vez que tú te arrimas. No sé ya ni lo que digo cuando te vienes conmigo. Se me traba a mí la lengua, ya no sé ni lo que digo.
Yo me derrito
Cuando llegas a un garito,
cada vez que tú me besas, cada vez que tú me besas, morena, yo me derrito.
quiero comerte a
Yo me
besitos.
derrito
Tú eres un
cada vez
caramelito.
que tú me besas, cada vez que tú me besas, morena, yo me derrito.
Cuando miramos al cielo y vemos que el sol se ha ido, somos como dos estrellas perdidos en el infinito, jugando con tu pelo como si fuera un chiquillo. Quedo rozando tu piel, niña, esto es el paraíso.
Yo me derrito
Me pierdo entre tus
cada
ojitos.
vez que tú me besas, cada vez que tú me besas, morena, yo me derrito. Yo me derrito
Me vuelves un merenguito.
cada vez que tú me besas, cada vez que tú me besas, morena, yo me derrito. Na 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 na, na 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 na.
Es que tú eres pa' mí la luz que ilumina mi camino. Mira que si te perdiera me encontraría perdido. Cuando me quedo dormido, morena, sueño contigo, que estoy besando tu rostro. Yo por ti pierdo el sentido. Mi pastel favorito. Eres el sol, un rayito. Enséñame el caminito. Ay, morena, yo me derrito.
Yo me derrito cada vez que tú me besas, cada vez que tú me besas, morena, yo me derrito.
Quiero comerte a besitos. Tú eres un caramelito.
Cada vez que tú me besas, cada vez que tú me besas,
Ay, morena,
morena, yo me derrito.
Okay, so yet another really solid groove and like a really infectious groove, and you're really hitting the live feel, right? There's a bit of a filter from the E channel. Wait here, you mean them? Cool, cool, cool. Glad that all translates for you, Canary. I've missed a couple. Max Armfield and Mola, thank you. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Yeah, and as Zach points out, great fusion of Latin and flamenco. Okay, so I would say that the guitar that starts off hard pan to both sides, first, don't hard pan it. I think it's too far back over here, and it's too loud for that, and it's essential for you to be able to hear it, right? It just pulls too much attention away from the center of the mix, and that's got to maintain, that's got to be the maintained focal point, because that's where all the vocals are, right? So I would suggest picking one side and then moving it back over here, like 35 out to the side, instead of a whole hard pan, so like maybe 50% of the way. But I do believe that the perks are fine on both sides as long as they're staying out of the center. I think that that is a decent amount of ear candy to have in the high frequencies on the sides. Um, the keys on the side seem to have a lot of lows, and it's pulling attention away from the center. So this kind of is the main theme of my feedback across each one of the tracks so far, besides the loudness in the very first one. And that is a greater effort to maintain clear focus on the main heroes and what can be done to each individual element in the mix to position them more as supportive characters, save for that one horn that I said needed to come up and more centered. Okay, so the bass guitar, I think, can come down a few. There are points where it's just downright distracting the level that it's at. As good of a groove as it has, it and a few other elements are in active competition with one another, and they should be wholly supportive of the song. They should be contributing equally rather than competing. So what I would say is bring that down. It seems out of tune in a couple of spots, which adds to the live feeling, but also it kind of throws off the feel. The piano should be one side to make room for both vocalists. It's pretty close to center, if not in the center, come that solo point. And I think it's just in competition with the female vocalist and the male vocalist when it comes back in. So because of all of that, what I would suggest at the end of the day is a full volume remix. Start over, right? Do nothing with your composition and your arrangement. It's all ace, except for the tune of the bass guitar in a couple of spots. I would then find your hero, and just like I've said previously, bring that up to a proper position. Like nothing should ever go over -6 decibels at its highest peak as the hero, which will give you some headroom for the whole thing to get louder come mastering time, right? And then as you work your way up the spectrum of sounds, make sure that you're EQing as you go before you bring up the volume on each one, removing whatever low frequencies you can in each one of the elements so your low end can be wrangled in. Make sure that you're paying attention to the mid-range frequencies of each element, shaving off where you can without negatively impacting the sound. Just offering more space for all of your sounds to kind of commingle in the middle of the frequency range there. There's nothing worse than having a really great track and then too many things building up around one frequency that it throws off the whole feeling. So yeah, full volume remix. And it's just because there's a lot of fantastic elements playing all at once, and there's a lot in competition, and they should all be heard. There's nothing wrong with doing some volume mixing through automation as well as the song plays out, right? So as one, it's just like a live performance, right? Other guys take a step back while someone else steps up on toward the audience on stage. Their volume comes up, they solo for a minute, they step back, right? That same kind of exchange could be taking place through your volume automation in your mix as well. Yeah, and please do drop a website. Oh, well, thank you, Zach, for the kind words. I do offer mastering services. The more something is resonant, the smaller the mix sounds. Yeah. 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 Yeah, these are like you'll hear parts of your music very differently when you start to intentionally make sound or space for each one in both the frequency spectrum and the stereo spectrum. You just start to hear things. I can't count how many times, I'm sure Tom hears this nonstop too, but I can't count how many times clients have said things like, why did you add that to the mix? I mean, it sounds good, but why did you add that to the mix? And I'm always like, my response is, I don't ever add anything. You're just hearing things that you couldn't hear before. So yeah, I guarantee you there's a lot of really good things waiting to be heard when you get all of that stuff wrangled in. Okay, this one's from Max, and it looks like this might be end of the queue here. We'll click back into the main lounge here in just a bit. This one's from Max. Blacked Out Wasted. Is this released on a label? We cannot have DMCA or copyright flags. I'm just going to click through here and see. Just premiered. People like it. Are we safe on this one? DistroKid. If we stop Corona, we will start with concerts, right? Right? Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are waiting for that. I think a lot of it's moving to online right now. Max, are you in here right now? I just see that this is currently distributed, and I want to know if I can actually play this. And in the meantime, we're already well past our stopping time, and we haven't even looked at the dot. Fridays have become just nonstop on the feedback streams. We might just not have time for production on Fridays. Show of hands in the chat, how many of you have Reaktor? It should be everyone, basically, because you can get a free version of it. Next question is, how many of you like modular synthesis and are afraid because it's modular synthesis, so you've never actually done it? Purple, we're not keeping you from any important appointments. All right, so I figured we can start dipping into some blocks stuff together. Paul is already all up on modular. Saffron is up on modular, but I would imagine that most people that come through here kind of fall into the category of, ooh, I wish I could do that. Or I wish I would do that. But anyway, I thought that maybe we could help put an end to those things and actually start covering some really elementary basics and go through the basics together and maybe even incorporate some of it into some kind of a fun community challenge too. Let's see who's posting links in here. Nice. All right, cool. So, so yeah, let's do that. Let's get rid of these things in here. And I guess I would need to yeah, there are a lot of Damien folks that would love to know about modular. Paul says learning modular is one thing, learning it via Reaktor another. So yeah, I think that there is a certain amount of oh shit when it comes to Reaktor. And then there's another level of oh shit when it comes to modular synthesis. Just like there's the oh shit that comes with music theory, like high level music theory. But it doesn't need to be freaky. And whatever it runs in almost doesn't even matter once you get started because the concepts are exactly the same, whether it's real world or virtual. let's see. Now that I've said that and I've made it sound safe, let's see if I can even remember how to build a most basic kind of a thing from scratch here. I'm just going to go to File and New Rack. And when you click New Rack, you're introduced to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different modules, which are like the bare bone basics. A clock allows you to set something into motion, versus note in allows you to play something, trigger something with a like a MIDI key, for instance. Utility level stereo. So this is limiter. I can't remember. We'll go through this. And then audio output. So out to sound card, audio input. Obvious. VCV overwhelming to noobs, but the similarity to hardware makes it more accessible. Yeah, I think that having everything really just kind of mimic what you find in the hardware world helps, right? All right, so what do we need to build something? We need a, let's go into Bento Box. Bento Box is all the basics. So we would need a VCA, voltage control amplifier. We would need a filter, something to control the frequency output of something. We would need an envelope to give a shape to our level or our filter. We would need an oscillator, something that can actually generate a sound. One thing, if I remember correctly, from VCV versus reactors, that reactor hard snaps left and VCV allows you to freely place each module. All right, then we might want an LFO. And an LFO can start moving certain parameters for you, just like they do inside of Serum or Massive or anything else. We could even put a sequencer in here to kind of automate some kind of melody or something. And there's a whole bunch of different oscillator types. Let's just see if we can figure this out really quick. Okay, so the gate, we'd have to connect these gates. And we would have to connect a gate to an envelope, right? And, oops. Oh, can I not do double gate? Oh, right, of course, gate. And then we would need pitch to be connected to our input, right? That makes sense. And then we're going to need an output. You know what? That reminds me. Maybe what we'll do is we'll put, let's see here. That's Bento Box, utility, blocks prime, blocks boutique, monarch, rounds. Oh, there's a delay and a reverb. Let's put a delay over here and we'll put a reverb over here. Okay, so we'll send our signal out from our oscillator into a VCA, and we'll put our, or actually I guess we would put this, is this correct? Yeah, I think so. We'll put our filter. Oh, we also need a pitch to go up here, don't we? Oh, it's pitch out, right? Okay, so pitch here, pitch out, and we've got our filter will take an output of our envelope, and we'll put it into a modulation slot on our filter. We'll take our out from our VCA into our in on our filter. We'll take our out from our filter and we will put it into a delay. Does this seem about right? We'll put it in both, and then we'll take out from our delay into our reverb and an out from our delay to our reverb. That's left and right channel. And then ultimately at the end of our chain, we would just let the audio flow from the reverb to the output. This might give us a sound. Let's see here. Oscillator out. Not yet. What do I need to do here? This is clock. Oh, well, I did send it through the step sequencer, so we'll put a few notes in here. What are we missing here? This is gate. All right. Gate here. Right. Maybe this should actually be going more like this. All right, so let's see if we can get our voltage up here. Yep, okay, so we got a tone. So now let's just shape our, we got an out to A. So we're going to click on A and we're going to set our modulation depth. And let's just bring down our sustain and bring up our level. We get a nice sine wave out of this. Okay, now what happens when I click the clock? Okay, not yet. And that's because what? What did I forget on mine? Probably my gate would actually come from here. Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Right, okay. I'm thinking about this the right way. All right, so basically if I want my my sequencer to control playback, I would send the gate signal out from that into my envelope. If I want to control it through MIDI, I would put the gate from my sequencer, or I mean from my note in to my envelope. So let's just do it with the sequencer for a minute. All right, so we've got an LFO over here, and we can actually put in, say, another, if we go back to our blocks and our bento blocks, we can then put in another oscillator. And this oscillator can actually be used entirely for an FM out. So what, we'd take this and send this to our FM. And we would put our signal back in. Kind of makes me want to swap out this oscillator for a more interesting one, but maybe we'll come back to that in a little bit. Let's put a sample and hold in here and start to get a little bit more interesting, and then maybe we can move beyond just the basic bento box building blocks and get into some more kind of Euro-Rec modules or something. All right, so let's take from our filter. Let's go from our filter I'm thinking about this. Instead, let's go from our voltage control into our sample and hold, into our filter. Oh, it's not going to work. All right, so we'll take it from our filter and we're going to send it out to our delay. Okay, so we're going to actually send that out to its own reverb, and let's find something a little more interesting here. Let's go to our files, reaktor, blocks. Yeah, Pret blocks, effects. Let's do some kind of a verb, metaverb, ring mod. Let's do a metaverb. Okay, so this is going to be, I just sent that out to the delays, so we're going to take this off. And we're going to send this over here. And then we're going to take these guys. All right, so let's start manipulating our verb a little bit, maybe. So we'll take our out, give that to our reverb. Yes, sample and hold pitch to the oscillator. Well, it does and it doesn't, because this is also a noise gate too. So it's kind of an interesting, the bento box one. I kind of want to add in another oscillator here, and kind of want it just to be different. What if we go into our blocks prime? So there's block space, which are your super elementary stuff like this oscillator, this voltage control, this filter, this envelope. Those are all super, this LFO here, they're all super, super basic. If we go into blocks prime, this is where they've started to port over a whole bunch of their effects like driver and whatnot as modules. So there's filter. I want a multi-wave oscillator. So this is more, this is a, oh wait, no, not this one. I want, and I should probably save this, by the way. Today's the 27th? Yeah, 27. All right. So I want, oh, probably from the West Coast. There it is. I want this dual oscillator, which means I'm probably going to need to put in a mixer and some other stuff. But before I do that, let's just say we're going to take our pitch. Oops, that I want our, shoot, where did that just come from? Pitch from here over here to our carrier. And then I'll take my FM from this oscillator, I'll put it in my modulator. Can I do that? Yep. And then I'll take my output from this, from my carrier, and I'm going to put it into the input over here for the VCA. And then I think if I turn on my key tracking and my clock, hey, I got a sound. That's great. Okay. I might move this up here so I can see again. Okay, so now this is my main modulator, or my main oscillator. And A modulator affects the timbre and behavior of a carrier. We could turn this other oscillator into an FM modulator. I'm going to start modulating the decay of our envelope. It's always good when you can actually bring everything back every once in a while. We also have independent output. So each one of the, as basic as these bento boxes seem, there's also an additional output of just a straight waveform, like a sine wave, triangle wave, sawtooth, pulse and sync. And then you can use that as either another tonal output or use it as some sort of modulation signal. So we could take, for instance, let's see here. This one's running 2 octaves down. We could say take this pulse output and put it in here in the FMC slot, and then we could turn up our FMC slot and or parameter, and then it'll start affecting our carrier, and we can modulate the pulse width of this pulse wave. And as you can see, it has like a profound effect on it. So we can take the output of this LFO, oops, and put it into A, and then in A, modulate this just ever so slightly. Little added wonk. Let's take this one. This is at 36. Okay, so this is 3 octaves up. Let's just actually take this down to root value again, but let's detune it by a fair bit, like more than half of a step, and see what this does for us. I'm going to take our LFO again. Let's put this on B. Click on B. I'm going to modulate through our waveform selector here. Take a sine wave from this one, drop it on the FM of this one. Let's take this all the way down to like, I don't know, like 36 or something, and then switch this up to like maybe 64ths. Maybe 30 seconds. Wow, Saf. You guys are busy over here all of a sudden. I haven't looked over here in a bit. What are you guys up to? Saf, what kind of Russian chocolate are you eating? Fame bidding war. Nice. What can we do with driver? We're going to find out really quick. We're going to stop that. And I'm going to put out. We're going to put distortion on after our space. And just be very careful with what we do. I actually want to go even slower. "19 beats per second." Or per minute. Per second. It's hilarious. Yeah, clock dividers would definitely be the next step on something like this. Holy heck, it's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock! The time suck, that is modular. Lovely. Lovely. I think we can probably have quite a bit of fun. Maybe we could even bounce back and forth between reaktor and VCV to help people wrap their minds around all of this and start swapping some presets and racks. Both have their upsides. Both can give you amazing results. Ooh, is that where Foss is usually dwelling? It's like way down in there? Yeah, I guess we are on a long stream today, aren't we? Yeah, I don't think that there's any time wasted on a modular rig. I think that it's just pure exploration and awesomeness. He likes 20 to 30. Yeah, I like getting really, really far down and then playing with different types of divisions. I really like putting a clock divider in here. And then there's in the Kodiak family, they've put out several different issues of groups of tools inside this Kodiak family. There's this morph filter and this duality oscillator and the shift sequencer. We should dip into each one of those because they start taking things in really wonderful directions. That's where modular clouds and some other stuff really came together. Just really neat stuff in there. Anyway, I should probably... Yeah, modular does sound great on a huge PA. Anyone that's ever been to a really, really good modular show will probably tell you that it's one of the best experiences. Ooh, Paul's just dropped a link to his preferred clock for VCV. Let's see what this is here. Chainable master clock with swing, clock delay, and pulse width. Ooh, nice. Okay. Yeah, the main clock div in blocks gives you 6 or 8. I can't remember. But it's rather robust and highly addictive. Just incredibly addictive. Incredibly addictive. Well, thank you, Heidi. Thank you. Ooh, and Tom has just dropped a link to someone good on YouTube. I will not play this, but I will save it. It is always binary. Oh, Sowax. Sowax is great. There are some really, really great modular artists on YouTube that have fantastic channels. They really do. All right. Where should we go? Where should we go? Let's just refresh the old browser and see who's streaming right now. Who's on? Let's see. Looks like Louis Vuitton might be. Oh, it's loaded. Okay, let's check this here. Kenny's live. Eldre's live. Haven't seen him live in a bit. Louis Vuitton is live. Indremia is live. And go say hi to Indremia. Let's go do that. we'll tell them happy birthday. Thank you, as always, for spending your Friday with me and for sharing your sounds with me. It's always fun to hear what you guys are cooking up. I will be back on Monday, and hopefully you guys will be too. And I'll see you then. Have a great weekend. Stay inspired. Good luck on the tracks with the bod bits. Looking forward to hearing what you cook up. All right, y'all. Peace out.
What happened? What's going on? Is it a raid? Well, if it was a raid, the raid song would go on. I don't hear it. Oh no. There it is. We are under attack.